Hey guys, how's it going? I haven't started yet. We'll give a few more minutes for people to tune in before I get started. Jeez, 5 a.m. I would have slept a long time ago. Yeah, I'll start maybe like right at 8. If you guys have any questions, you can post them now, and then I can just answer them while we wait for people. Yep, summer break is nice. Also, I want to give advance warning. My dog may bark at any time, so I apologize if you know he blows out your ears. Hey Lou, how's it going? That's good to hear. Yeah. You may see him, frequently throughout the stream. He's always wondering what I'm up to. So before I get started, Lou, okay. Before I get started, I just want to give a quick shout out to Josh Temple for winning the Sunday Legacy Challenge, and also to George Heinrich for finishing third. For those who don't know, Reclaimer Elves specifically finished first and third in the challenge, so that's a pretty big weekend for us. And I think, well, I haven't really heard too many. I checked the Reddit. Nobody really mentioned anything about two elves in the top three, but who knows? Maybe that means more plague or fast combo in the future. Also, for those who don't know, George is actually since he picked up the deck in about March, I think, and he's never played elves before for what it's worth. He's had like 8 different top 8 challenges now since March, so impressive run by George overall. And George is somebody that will consult with me often with regards to deck building choices. So he's a good resource too if you come into contact with him. I think we can go over now the list. So let me just cancel this for a second. The question that I've been getting a lot lately, I guess, especially since we have 2 out of the top 3 finishers with my list of elves, and they were only 3 cards apart. Josh ran my list, my exact 75 from last Monday that I posted. So 75 out of 75 from that list, and then George ran 74 out of my 75 from Friday, which was when I updated since Monday. So, and like I said, there were only 2 cards that were different. George ran 74 out of 75. He didn't like the Cabal Pit. But the big question that I've been getting from people is why only 1 Allosaurus Shepherd instead of 3 or 4? The truth is I started with 3, and I immediately went down to 2 within a few days because it's very good. The problem is to make room for it, you have to cut your silver bullets, and unless all I'm facing are blue decks or chalice decks, I just don't think that's a trade-off I want to make. I know the card is very good, and you can't really cut mana too because that's just going to affect the deck overall. And the reason why I went down from 2 to 1 is because, initially I had in the flex slots Bojuka Bog, Collector Oof, and Scavenging Ooze. And I cut all three to make room and move the Bog actually to the sideboard and cut the other two completely. The Bog actually in the main deck is extremely good, and I immediately added it back. Um, and then I finally added the Collector Oof back too because there are, especially Urza Echo is or Karn Echo, depending on how you want to call the deck, but those two decks are very popular at the moment, and Collector Oof is one of the few cards that can bring you back from behind in that matchup. And I don't like cards that, me personally, I don't like cards that pull you further ahead when you're ahead, but can't pull you from behind. So that's why I like Natural Order as a card because it can win off very few resources. I'm a big fan of Reclaimer because I think it's a standalone threat. I think, and I know I get this question a lot, and I answered it a little bit last week already, but some people ask how come 0 Nettle Sentinel instead of at least 1 to tutor for, and I think the main reason is it can't. The card by itself is pretty bad, personally, in my opinion, and I think um, I want a card that is standalone good. Nettle's very good when you're even or ahead, but kind of bad when you're behind. And the problem that I have with it is also it doesn't produce mana, so you can only have those slots for so many cards on the deck, and I think Reclaimer just does more on average. And especially now that we added Allosaurus Shepherd, which is another card that doesn't produce mana on its own. So while Nettle has been good for me in the past, and I've run builds with 4 Birch Roar, 4 Nettle, 4 Heritage before, I think with the introduction of new cards like Reclaimer, Once Upon a Time, and the utility lands like Bajuka Bog, which is really a spell, so don't cut a land for it. You don't really have room to run Nettle Sentinel, which I think is a little underpowered now by 2019-2020 standards. If I'm being like kind of brutally honest. I think anything else? I think that's like the big thing. The sideboard is like nothing new if you've been following me. It's just like all anti-combo stuff. The main difference is Josh had 2 crop rotations that were from my list last Monday, and they were in place of the 4th Leyline and in place of the first Cabal Therapy. Crop is very good too if you're expecting depths or just want Graveyard Hate that doesn't have to beat turn 1 Reanimator. So Crop does have its benefits too, and then I think I don't know Josh's matchups, but I would imagine it's still pretty good. But I think in a vacuum, this is the list I would run, and the flex slots, of course, being crop rotation. So, I also get questions about Cabal Pit a lot. That card, I think, is a necessary evil at the moment, because Esper Val is kind of like the new DNT, in my opinion. A lot of people play it because it has like cool interactions. It's like fairly straightforward to play if you played an Aether Vial deck before. And not to mention a lot of the cards come from blue decks too that you can reuse. Force of Will, Brainstorm. It's kind of like everybody's. It's like the DNT from a few years ago where it's cool to play. So it's very awkward losing to Peacekeeper in my opinion. Especially there's a lot of games in the past where I feel like I'm far ahead and then they play a Peacekeeper and it's like very awkward to lose to it when they have turn 2 Meddling Mage, turn 3 Peacekeeper or something like that. So Cabal Pit is nice because you can tutor for it. I played in the showcase and I lost a match actually because, and I was X1 at the time too, but I lost a match because 40 cards deep I still couldn't find my 1 Assassin's Trophy, which was in this same slot. And I played Trophy because it was good against depths, and to be fair, and I was expecting depths for that showcase, but I think if you want to hedge against a specific deck, in which I was at the time, I think you just play the best card possible. And then Pit is the card because the thing is, Abrupt Decay is uncounterable, so Meddling Mage will name Abrupt Decay, but then if you have a second removal spell, their Force of Wills are all alive, so you don't want them to stop your trophy or your push with their Force of Will, Force of Negation. Luke, stop. Yeah, so being counterable is very relevant in addition to being tutorable. With that said, I'll go ahead and start. Yeah, I'm gonna have to apologize in advance because my dog is very antsy at the moment. Yeah, I definitely think Shepard is very good in Netto build because you're kind of all in anyways. So um, you want so it makes sure that glimpse resolves or natural resolves. It doesn't really play towards any kind of long game. Uh, okay. Yeah, you might want to lower the volume because my dog may bark at any time. Okay, so we're playing against Tom. He's on depths, likely. I don't know which kind. Last time he was on Bug, but usually he's on Turbo in League. I just don't think this hand gets there. Bog is a mole, and so is Archon. Not great either, but I think I keep just based on the power level of Glimpse. My wife is the real MVP, by the way. She just took our dog and is playing with him right now. Yeah, okay, so Tom's on Turbo, and Tom was a trophy leader. For anybody who doesn't really follow, he's a very good player. One of the reasons why I decided to stream is I'm generally not very good at multitasking, but I think it's important to try to get out of your comfort zone every once in a while. Okay, so he has a very good hand. Um, I think he's got it, but we'll see if we can draw into something relevant. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, there's not much we can do about turn 2 Merit Lage there on the draw too. And that's why it's important to keep hands that are fast if you know your opponent's likely on a fast deck as well. I like Thought Seizes. They're not great, but I like Thought Seizes against Turbo. Um, Bog is essentially a useless card in that matchup. Oof is kind of slow too because they already get the. Hey, what's up? How's it going, man? So I apologize in advance. I don't know everybody's username correlated with their real name, so you guys might need to help me out there. So something that's useful too is oh hey, how's it going, Fausto? So I'll bring up my sideboard map. Something that is very helpful for me is, and I got this map actually from Max Thorson, my good friend Max Gilmore, if you know him. But doing this in advance will help you prepare for matchups, so you don't have to think in real time. Especially with Elves being a deck that requires a lot of thinking already. It's good to not have to think for how to sideboard during the matchup. And I think here, like I said, I brought out one Wirewood, and two Visionary. So in general, I cut the Best Friend combination for combo matchups. There's an argument for Pit in this against the slower version because they typically run Plague Engineer, but I try not to bring in Pit unless I absolutely know they're on something I need to kill. Also, despite Tom being a good player, this Turbo Depth tends to be a harder matchup because Caracas or Reclaimer for Caracas tends to be a little slow compared to if they're on the slow depths version. This matchup tends to be a straight race, and they're generally a little faster. I know earlier I mentioned the two crop rotations. This is actually, like I said, the matchup where it would actually would have been very helpful. Not a great 7, but I don't like to mull, and it has a Thoughtseize, so I'm going to keep. So, something that I thought about, and I haven't really mentioned, is one of the reasons why I'm gonna fetch first, so the Once Upon a Time is doesn't see a Bayou by accident. Yeah, we just need to draw into relevant cards, so Visionary is good here. So one of the reasons why I also like a Reclaimer build is because it allows you to play a slower game if need be. One thing, Inquisition, Decay. So I don't think Decay is relevant here. Ghost Quarters. So they don't have any pieces of their combo. I think we will top deck better than Tom will. So I'm gonna take the Scrying, and then we'll see how it goes. So one thing I was thinking about is, imagine on a speedometer you can go from 50 miles to 100 miles per hour. I think Reclaimer allows elves to do that, so you can play any speed you want, or a higher range of speeds, whereas Netto kind of forces you to play between 80 to 100 miles per hour, if that makes sense. Here it's a little awkward because we know about their Ghost Quarter. Yeah, I think we want to, man. We can cycle the Reclaimer and get down Caracas, so it's another. So we can get another layer of defense, but their hand is pretty far away, so I think we can wait a turn. Oof, that's good. Yeah, see, they know about the reclaim. They had the answer for the Caracas already, so that's why they weren't. They took the glimpse, which is. Yes. Hey, Ken Sportsman. This is a first match. So here, I'm just gonna lead with the Reclaimer, and then have the second Arbor up. So this is one of the scenarios that I was talking about. Natural Order when you messaged me. It's important to have the second Arbor because it's extra damage a lot of times. So, Thespian Stage or Hexmate draws. So that's a really good draw for us, actually. Here we just want to commit to the board because we're in a pressure. Because natural order is lethal. Glimpse tends to be very awkward in these combo mirrors because you can't really afford to wait. And there's the stage that we were talking about.
Go outside.
So I think the only out. Okay, let's see. Which scenario are you talking about, natural order? The arbor probably. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think he may waste or our cradle here because that's one of the ways we can steal a win. But it's a little risky too because it doesn't play around crop. We'll float the mana in case it matters. It also may allow opponent to think that we have a once upon a time. Here, so I'm just dead. Yeah, not much we could have done. I think there. The only question mark was whether we want to glimpse into the reclaimer that turn, and I think it was correct to hold it, given that we knew they already had the answer for the Karakas. Yeah, I don't think anything I could have really done differently there besides that glimpse turn, and I think we still made the correct play. It just didn't work out. Like I said, Turbo's a hard matchup because Reclaimer for Karakas tends to be a little slow, and Tom's also a strong player. Yeah, I was kicking myself because I have 4 trophies. It really should be 5. I punted match 5 yesterday because I fetched on accident a basic instead of a Bayou game 3 against Miracles. And then many turns later, I drew the Thoughtseize and couldn't have a protected natural overkill. But live and learn, right? B Trot. I think if I remember correctly, they actually I don't know what they're on to be honest. I just recognize the name. So that's a like snap keep. Also, I'd like to thank everybody who's tuning in right now. Appreciate you guys coming out to support and watch. It's definitely very humbling. So here, I think Visionary because we can just grind out. It looks like he's on a fair blue deck. Reclaimer tends to be good later on, but I think we already have Wireway. We just set it up. I mentioned this on a previous stream, but in most cases, Green Sun for 0 is correct with this deck. The exception to that rule is if you don't have any payoff spells. No problem, David. Glad you're able to join, and thanks again for helping me, you know, figure out how to upload all my videos onto YouTube. Okay, we're happy with that. They set themselves back a mana in order just to set us back, but I think we're okay with that trade. Here I would lead with well, typically if this is a non-blue land, I would lead with a ranger so that Arbor is protected. Here it doesn't really matter, I guess. Actually, I should still lead with, to be honest. I still should have led with a ranger because that means it can't get spell pierced. So that was a little sloppy of me. Yeah, so big props to David for helping me get the YouTube videos online. And he's not here right now, I don't think, but Nathan, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. Lippitz also helped me set up the stream in terms of setting up my configuration. So Dreadhorde Arcanist, in my opinion, the strongest creature in Legacy. I know there will be people who disagree with that. So here we can actually double natural order this turn, and we know that they're on, looks like blue-red Delver. This is kind of really nasty, actually. What's up, Max? What is so strong? I don't know what I forgot earlier. Oh, Arcanist. I should be, to be honest. Should find a way to incorporate that card. Doesn't fit in L's, but might be worth it. So here I'm gonna get an Archon, and then might as well just hoof right now for still a lot of damage. I could. That'd be great. It was overkill, to be honest. That's my dog Blue. So I gave you a shout out earlier, Max. I said, what did I say? I forgot already. Maybe chat can help me remind what I said about Max earlier. But yeah, typically against Blue-Red Delver, they can't beat an Archon anyways. I don't know if I think I played Delver a few times already, but it's okay. But one of the tricks that I do against Delver that I don't know if everybody who plays Delver is aware of is actually board out Craterhoof, because I just don't think you need it to beat them. And then I'm boarding the 3 decays in the pit, which is really for Esper Delver. Sorry, Esper Vile, but decent here too. So yeah, I mean it's like pretty straightforward. Most people know Els brings in decays against Delver. So the question that I get a lot in this matchup with regards to boarding is, why do I keep the one natural order? It's because it's unlikely you draw the one natural order and the Archon, so it's still a Hail Mary in case you're behind. So I know a lot of people don't like natural order in general against blue decks. I think it's fantastic against control. The reason being is because Progenitus beats Plague Engineer, and against something like Miracles, it's very hard to beat Miracles with just chip damage. You need burst damage, and you need them to respect that you could have a possible natural order looming in case they counter the Glimpse. The Bog is really good in this matchup against Arcanus. Natural order, it's not bad against Delver. It's just that I don't think we need it. In general, if you can hit land drops and if you can hit land drops, you should be able to beat Delver barring Arcanus snowballing the game out of control. So I keep most hands, assuming lands are there. One of the reasons why I think it's important to play Once Upon a Time is because Elves is a critical mass deck, and you really want to not mull. Even though London Mulligan rewards you this day and age for aggressively mulling, you still at the end of the day need or prefer to have 7 cards in your opening hand. Here, the choices between Cradle and Reclaimer. I think because our 2 lands are kind of sketch, you want to keep the Cradle here. Also, Reclaimer doesn't really get better until later in the game, so it's another one you can draw. And it's important to hit land drops against Delver. I cannot stress that enough. Okay, Lou. And as many of you probably already know, when in doubt, lead with a redundant elf. So this is what I mean. It's important to hit land drops against Delver. So here, we don't have a force to protect. Actually, here we want to protect our arbor because we assume that it's they have another bolt in hand, and then we want to protect our land. So we're gonna lead with a weaker one, which is Birch Lord at the moment. Lou, it's okay. So they're playing green as well? Lou, it's okay. Here, we're going to start with here, we can Cradle for 1 mana and then draw 2 potentially, but it's very awkward because they're representing Bolt with red. So I want to just play the Ranger and be safe, so we can play our Arbor safely. Yeah, not to mention Wasteland on our Cradle would be devastating because you don't get immediate value. So we're typically okay with this because there's no pressure. Any game that goes longer favors Elves, in my opinion. The exception is if both players are top decking and a Delver draws an Arcanist, then that's pretty much that's game the other way. Here, okay, we're just gonna go off now. I want to be as mana efficient as possible, and in this case, you tap the Cradle to do so. So this brings up a good point. I know there's a misconception out there that Once Upon a Time makes your glimpses worse. That's actually not entirely true. The reason being is you can draw into something relevant like Wirewood, which essentially buys you 2 more draws, or a Visionary. So I'd like to point that out since I drew it right now. So I brought this up on Phil Gallagher's Thraben University stream, but when you're in a position like this, it's important to bounce use Wirewood to bounce Ranger because each green sun you draw is an additional Quirion Ranger activation, so you can maximize more mana that way. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this first. And something to keep in mind is also we can't actually win from this board state because Hoof is out and then Archon is in our hand, but that's fine. Exactly, so Natural Order pointed that out. So here we're just going to draw almost our entire deck. They may have a sweeper, but I don't think it matters. We're pretty far ahead. I typically try not to get sloppy on these glimpse chains because you can't afford to do so in a build without Nettle Sentinel. But I think here it may not matter. I just got to make sure not to deck myself. I think we can probably stop, to be honest. Yeah, I don't want to accidentally deck myself, so I'll just pass the turn. I don't think we need the Cabal Pit because we have 2 decays in hand. Probably don't need the blacks. We might need the black source. Still gotta cut something. I'll cut the cradle. Thanks, David. Sounds good. Okay, so they conceded. Yeah, I think I don't know which version of Delver that they were on. Or maybe they're not, but I'm assuming Delver because of Wasteland. But uh, in general, any Bolt deck, if you can get Reclaimer out of Bolt range, it's very difficult for them to beat. So that was I think the only big thing there is like you have to just keep in mind how do you when you're ahead. I try to keep in mind how do I lose this game and do what I can to stop that from happening. Simultaneously, when I'm behind, what I like to do, and I think a lot of players do this, is I try to envision what does a win look like from this position, and just in general from a matchup perspective, and try to play accordingly to my outs, so to speak. And similarly, if a match is very favorable, and I know a lot of people will bring up, oh, you can't lose to DNT regardless of what you do. That's not entirely true. I've lost to DNT, and I've also beaten Elves from the DNT side. Outside of Moonstone. Yeah, it could be some kind of painter deck. That's true. Although Wasteland is strange, I think. They actually, I don't think so because they had an Arcanus. Okay, so I'm playing against Rich Cali. He's one of the best. He's one of the best Delver players in the world, in my opinion. Um, it's always a pleasure to play against him because you know it's going to be a fun match. He also made top eight with I think undefeated record of the show in the showcase too. I got paired against him round one as I was the eighth seed. Here we just want acceleration. In general, if I don't know what to lead on against Delver, it's almost always correct to lead with acceleration. Very rarely do we not find the payoff spell. And then, ooh, that's a very good draw. So now okay. Anytime opponent has Arcanus, it's almost go time because every time they connect with that, you're less and less likely to win. So here they're tapped out, so we want to lead with a Shepherd. What did they reveal to? He revealed a Spell Snare. So the reason why is because they don't have removal. So our Shepherd means everything is gonna be going through. Um, they may have submerged post board, but this is pre board. And then here I can untap. What do I want to trade? So if they have the removal spell, it's gonna be very awkward because Wasteland can deal with the Arbor. And our Reclaimer is not big enough yet. We can bounce the Reclaimer and play it again next turn with the third fetch, but but then they could force it then. Essentially, one of the reasons why I think Reclaimer is very good also is because of Dreadhorde Arcanus. Typically, you can't stabilize against Arcanus in a normal build with Nelson, no, because the removal. Okay, so this is the removal I was talking about. So yeah, I think. Let me apologize to Rich first. Let me. Uh, here, the problem is if you bounce this, they can kill it, and then they kill your Reclaimer. Now you only get left with two creatures on board. You're probably losing that as as the Arcanus runs out of control, gets out of control. So I'm gonna have to bounce the Reclaimer here. And then hope that they don't have a secondary follow up removal spells to kill the Reclaimer or force it. We'd be very far behind if they find a bolt here. That's probably yeah, they have a secondary bolt. That's pretty bad too. That's also fair. But it does buy us another turn. Okay, so he wasted the armor as I thought he would. Yeah. So he could have double days, and because of that, I think I want to lead with the Reclaimer. We're pretty much all in now. Hoping that Rich doesn't have another removal spell. We're already fairly behind. drawing the Archon was awkward there because our out is drawing natural order. So, yeah, that's pretty good. So here, we could have top decked the natural order and potentially still be in the game, but I think this is an L. So that's very good. Hey, how's it going, man? So here we're dead to any bolt spell. Yeah. Okay. We're dead, but I'm assuming they flipped Delver anyways. I'm curious. There, I probably shouldn't have fetched because that would have potentially given me another turn. So something to keep in mind. It was a little sloppy of me to fetch at when I'm at multiple of 3. It didn't matter here, but just you know, as the no Savannah, as a heads up. I mean, it happens. Like I was talking to one of my friends earlier, and he borrowed Shepard actually earlier in the day, but uh, he said he lost to Grixis Delver, and I said, yeah, typically it's favorable matchup, but you can still lose it because I think elves were favored against most of their normal hands, but we still lose it to our god hand versus their god hand. I think they still win. So same thing. Abort and decays. It looks like they're just on blue red. And Rich is a super cool guy. The few times I've interacted with him, so I don't mind losing it to him at all. He was super nice to me, even though he was undefeated in the showcase, and then I snuck in as an 8th seed, and I ended up beating him 2-1, and he was a very gracious loser. So cool guy overall. So this is a good hand. Would be nice if the Bayou were a fetch, but it depends. Yeah, I mean, I guess going first is pretty huge too. And then let me check who went first last. So yeah, Rich went first, which is pretty big. I just think it's very hard to beat Arcanus. There's no card that snowballs like that, in my opinion. So here, I think I play for the turn 3 glimpse. Okay. So they must have the Mana Denial hand because I think as a result, oh man, he's down to 5 cards. I think I still leave with Arbor. If they have the Blazing Volley, they have the Blazing Volley. Yeah, that it was a heads up foul from Rich. Like Rich is a very strong player, so here removal on Arbor is extremely bad for us. There's an argument to cycle the Glimpse, but I think I just Once Upon a Time main phase here. Well, actually, that's a good point. Because if you cycle the Glimpse here, you're still guaranteed that the Cradle makes mana the following turn. So I would agree with that. Yeah. Otherwise, the removal is just awful if the Once Upon a Time whiffs. I know it may seem this way to my opponents, but I do whiff on Once Upon a Time every once in a while. Okay, so here we just go. Yeah. Shepherd's actually funny here because you don't you lose you're vulnerable to days, but the upside for Wirewood is just higher. Okay, so we just attack. Yeah, once upon a time, if you do that, you're looking for land. The problem is you miss. You get blown out by a removal spell. I think the Glimpse was the safer play, given we had a second one. You really need to not lose to mana, and that's how you lose to Delver, in my opinion. Other than unchecked Arcanus. So I know I heard this joke from Max before, but okay. So let me finish. I heard this from Max before, but however you think your matchup against Delver, or however good it is, it's not as good as you think it is. Uh, so if you think it's great, it's probably okay. Uh, no, see, I talked about this earlier. Once Upon a Time does not fight with, not necessarily fight with Glimpse, in my opinion. And the reason for that is because you find critical cards during your Glimpse chain to keep it going, like Wirewood, Heritage, Cradle, or Visionary. So here, I think we just want to. I think we want to hit land drops. We don't have any gas, unfortunately. There's no payoff spell, so actually I'm gonna take the Visionary. Might be a little greedy, but that's fine. Reason why I lead with Heritage here is this is the weakest elf. And Cradle's very good still. So the reason here's one of the matches where oh geez, Submerge is extremely good against us. So here is one of the reasons why I think Birchlore is a superior card to Landlore. Because if he had removal, which he does in Submerge, um, you can still play 3 creatures in the same turn. So we're gonna say that's a heads up play by Rich because he knows Cradle will make mana with the Heritage Druid. Here we want to lead with Ranger. That's pretty brutal. See, that's heads up by Rich because then the Cradle doesn't make mana to float for days. We're leading with heritage here because if they had the glimpse, I mean the days, we're okay with them. We rather them days the heritage druid. So that's earlier when we took the visionary off the Once Upon a Time. That's why I was very tempted to take the. That's why I was very tempted to take the land because of situations like this. So he's probably gonna take the birch lore. Yep. Jesus. Well, to be fair, it might have been our fault too. Maybe it's greedy to take the visionary there off the Once Upon a Time. Um, we could have played it safe and got a fetch so that decay is online. The problem is, I don't know if that would have been enough because they had a wasteland to stop the second decay. But also, Rich deserves a lot of credit though. He played phenomenally earlier, like I said, with the heads up play on the submerge on upkeep. So yeah, that's a good point. Like I definitely thought about it, but I think if my second land wasn't a cradle already, I definitely would have taken the land. Not sure how it would have mattered if it would have mattered this game though. It might have because we could have stopped the bleeding from Arcanus, but Delver might have just drained us out by bolting us every turn. We cast our Once Upon a Time the first turn one. Yeah. So yeah, no shame in losing to Rich. He's a very good player. I think I think if I had to do it again, probably keep the fetch, but it's close because our hand didn't really do anything otherwise. But we have a lot of live top decks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, given that our hand was just three dorks and a wirewood with no payoff, no glimpse, no green sun, it's hard not to take the visionary there. But there was a fail case, and I'm not sure to be honest which is correct, especially given that we had decay in hand. But in hindsight, maybe you take the fetch. But like, Rich is a very good player. I want to stress again. So I think the fetch also what it does is because we had decay, it buys us time, so we can afford to maybe have only a few dorks. We were on the draw and only had one once upon a time. That's a tongue twister. I always play to win. If I'm if it's even or I'm behind, I play not to lose if I'm way ahead. So yeah, I mean, lessons learned, right? That was close. Like I've definitely had situations like that before where I kept a visionary and then drew a million cards. So, but I think I was definitely, I think I mentioned earlier, very tempted to take the fetch land because it just means that you can prolong the game even longer, which is what we want to do anyways. Uh, I'm not so sure about that because getting the getting the land means you're not gonna lose, and against Delver, that's what you want to be doing. Yeah, I mean, like David is saying, I there's an argument to be made that Rich is the best Delver player in the world. So that was like I said at the time, very heads up submerge to play around the Cradle mana, which unfortunately submerge is one of those cards we can't really play around and um, gets them a lot of tempo in the matchup. Oof. On the play. This is like barely keepable. I think it's like very dangerous. If I was on the draw, I would mull this. Agreed. Right. I mean, given the choice between Arcanus and anything, it's always Arcanus. I would kill one Arcanus before dealing with three Plague Engineers. It's close for sure. I think Visionary. It's hard to say. I'm not 100% sure. The problem was our hand didn't have anything else. I think given that we have the decay, it's probably correct to take the land. If no decay, I think I probably take the visionary, and I think that's correct. So they moved to five, which is interesting. Here we lead with Ranger because our land is susceptible to Wasteland, regardless of how many redundant copies are available. Oh, thanks for the raid. Okay, so it looks like Ruby Storm. This is awesome. Thanks, Eli. This is probably the most viewers I've ever had, to be honest. So here, we can play the Visionaire and then the Ranger, and there's a chance that we can draw into the oof. So I'm gonna go for that. But before I do, I'm gonna sneak in one attack, or yeah, sneak in a Ranger attack. That's true about the ceiling. Huh. Yeah, so we didn't draw into the collector oof or green sun, but that was the line. So I think there's a decent chance. Well, they don't have any cards in hand, so maybe they fizzle. Jeez, okay, that's very good. I think we're probably dead here. Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier for everybody who's just joining me. We played against Rich Cali last round, who's an incredible Delver player, maybe the best in the world. Um, and I was faced with a decision whether to keep off of Once Upon a Time Game 3, uh, keep a third land, which would be a fetch, or a visionary that I had a Wirewood in hand already. I chose the visionary, but it definitely had a fail case, and we couldn't deal with the Arcanus. Yeah, Noah Walker is also a very good Delver player. I haven't played against Noah as much, but I know he's done very well in the GPs. I think here we just yield for the turn. Yeah, sometimes white border can tilt people. I think I'll quickly go through when we sideboard some of the cards, but I went over at the beginning of the stream which some of the questions I've been getting about my list recently. Also, I gave a shout out to Josh Temple and George Heinrich for finishing first and third in the Legacy Challenge on Sunday. So they did the tribe well. So the Manamorphose that they drew got there because uh, they were hellbent and hit the Reforge the Soul, which refilled their hand. So let's see. Okay, they have a Burning Wish in the yard, so we should be dead. I'll just concede to save time. So against combo, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I'll board out. And for those who haven't watched me before, I board out Visionary and Wirewood. Um, I think one of the questions I will get asked from time to time is, do I ever board out Glimpse of Nature? I think I only did that once, and that was during the Underworld Breach meta because it was very awkward against Brain Freeze and Silence. Also, typically Abrupt Decay is a fair card for fair matchups, and Abrupt Decay was very good against Underworld Breach. There's an argument to board out Craterhoof. I don't know their exact list. If they have instant speed removal, because an Archon on sorcery might just be game anyways. Yeah. Also, if they empty for some reason, I don't think they will though. I think it's better safe to keep the hoof in here because I don't know the exact list. No, I don't like Decay against Medallions. I think it's too narrow. I think so. I think the only non-standard card is probably the Cabal Pit, for at least Reclaimer Elves or Newton Elves, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of a new addition. I played it before for as a tunable removal spell, but I think with Esper kind of being Esper being popular, it's an out-to meddling mage on Upper Decay. Delver, Esper DNT, anything with hate bears. I bring it in against control decks too, if I know they're running Plague Engineer or Containment Priest. So this is fine. So we wanted to hit a Black Source there, but unfortunately did not. Uh, so that's probably Medallion. Or Helm. Which is actually relevant for a Green Sun and Natural Order, which is funny. So here we can't actually generate enough mana because we would have to bounce the land and replay it for the Heritage Druid. The problem is to make mana with Heritage Druid, we would have to tap all three and bounce to untap the Reclaimer, but then that would leave no land in play. So Hatjacks. I typically like keeping glimpses in personally against chalice decks. I know some people don't. The reason for that is because if they have a chalice, you're probably gonna lose anyways unless you have a natural order, historically speaking. But if they don't, then you win, which is why I like glimpse. Here, I think we don't have any. Well, I shouldn't say any. Here I want to be able to Thoughtseize them. There's a case to be made to leave Reclaimer up, but I feel like we need to disrupt their hand now. So bonus round. So they have enough mana already. I think we just take the Reforged Soul. Oh, missed my attack. Oops. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. Natural order. So don't be like me and miss attacks there. Here I'm just gonna dump hand and then play everything. Essentially deck thinning. And then leave bog up. Here it doesn't do any good to play the Heritage Druid, so you just might as well hold it back. And then we have a couple of Reclaimer activations, but either they have it or they don't on this. And it has to get through Graveyard Hate. Yeah. In this, I like activating Reclaimer, sacking the Bayou. I don't like sacking Bayou here. The problem is that then your Thoughtseizes are not live. But I guess you can bounce it if need be. Uh, I'll just yeah. The only questionable call here is we don't know their exact list, so whether to bring out Hoof or not. Against Ant, I typically do. Against Test, I don't because Ant can't really beat an Archon, but Test can, given the certain board states. And I don't know their exact lists, so I'm playing it safe by keeping the Hoof in. Yeah, there's a second Bayou in the deck, so I would have to look at it again, but it's possible I could have gotten more damage with Reclaimer there. Right. We showed off the trick that we did with the Thoughtseize that turn, where we sacked the Reclaimer, brought in the Bayou tab. We had a Ranger in play, bounced the Bayou, replay it, and then Thoughtseize opponent's hand. It's there. It would have been greedy to not do that, in my opinion, and try to rely on Reclaimer for yard hate. So this is the snap keep, in my opinion, because it has two, well, three if you count Bob, but two pieces of interaction. And Leyline against a Passing Flames deck is very good. Progenitus is very bad against combo, in my opinion. Sometimes I will forget to turn off the marker. Let's see. Desperate Ritual. So they have a bunch of mana, and their only payoff there is the Passing Flames. I think I take the Act on Impulse so they don't draw into more relevant stuff. And we have a Leyline out against a red deck. So we have a Glimpse in hand that's... This is why Glimpse is very awkward in combo matches, but I still like it. Because in the right situation, it still wins the game. There's a good chance we just pass the turn. We're doing nothing. Because I want to be able to Glimpse for more than one creature. Right. So yeah, we took the Act on Impulse. I think it's pretty clear. Exactly. Absolute worst case is cycles. Um, Here, the real debate is Arbor or the fetch land. I personally think it's correct here to not expose the Arbor because it's still early in the game, and the fetch land helps deck thin too. Very rarely does the life matter in these combo mirrors. The draw is actually not that bad because Leyline and we had the one relevant piece of we had two relevant pieces of interaction on turn one already. So and we know their hand is very awkward itself. We just need to draw creatures now and avoid hitting more lands, and I think we should be okay. That's true. That's fair. Here, yeah, you lead with Arbor and you pass this turn because we want to end step once upon a time so they don't know what we have. I'm not sure about that because we have a one card win in natural order, so I think our top decks are more live than theirs. Not to mention, uh, Collector Oof is a hell of a hate bear too. Though maybe not in this matchup. It's okay only. They're probably confused why we left 2 mana up too, and seeing what they need to play around. What's going
Vlad wants to zoom.
on? Tell him how about later.
It's 9:30.
I didn't realize we are zooming today.
He just said it right now because the baby's sleeping.
So there was some good news in my family actually. My brother's wife just gave birth, so I'm officially an uncle now. So they exile cast Ruby Medallion. Yeah, I think sorcery likely locks them. I'm not sure they have bounce or a green spell. Oh, sorry, a blue spell. So here, Oof is probably really good. Heritage is probably a little bit greedy, but can probably draw us into more hate. Uh, I think the fact that Oof shuts them off another mana might be worth it. I mean, look what I saw in turn one. So they have it. Yeah, they don't have much. I guess they have a Manamorphose too. Just take. When in doubt, take the hate piece. Thanks. Here, the greedy play, and we have two draws, is to play the Heritage Druid. Because if it draws another one, we can still play the Oof. Um, but I think that's greedy, and you don't want to whiff and lose the game, so I'm just going to play the Oof here. So we would have whiffed, see? Or the Cradle's pretty good, I guess. Would have let us draw. Would have allowed us to play the Oof too. But I think that's very greedy, and I would only do that if I were playing against a fair deck. I think we're pretty favored at this point. One, two, three, four, five. We have 5 mana the following turn, which is exactly for a second Leyline and Heritage.
Good boy.
So opponent seems to be deep in the tank. It's possible they have some kind of burning wish line to answer our hate bear. Oh, it's okay. But yeah, I think not playing the Oof is very greedy. So yeah, kind of what I expected. Some kind of burning wish line into grape shot probably to kill the collector Oof. Fire spout. Interesting. That's a new one. Okay, so we bounce our land, and then that's not much we can do there.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say yes.
Yes.
Agreed. It's a very desperate play because they use resources just to stay alive, essentially, and they still haven't dealt with the ley line in play, which is a problem. Lou, it's okay. Come on. Lou, okay. Here we can.
Hey, we see the baby.
Here we can play a second layer or 2 elves.
Lou, stop it.
The baby too.
I personally think it doesn't look like they have any other color besides red, so elves are probably safe here.
Lou, stop it.
Otherwise, I have too much to do.
Also increases our clock. Hi, this baby looks like Tracy.
Lou, stop it.
I like to leave her alone because she's sleeping. But normally,
Yeah, you hear my dog in the background. You hear my brother, who big congratulations to him, just delivered their baby yesterday.
so the next feeding is around 10:30.
Here, I think we just want to grow Reclaimer and attack.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Hey Nathan, how's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't draw much gas, but
It needs to
I
be
think
fed every 3
it's
hours.
okay.
In between right now.
Every 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, every 3.5 hours or so.
I don't think their hand can really. They're gonna have a hard time beating this ley line.
Breastfeeding. They're breastfeeding.
That's correct. Breastfeeding. Where's Tracy?
Hi, Tracy.
That's Tracy.
Hi.
You, Tracy.
Lou, stop it.
Oh, sure.
Right, this is our room.
Oh, yeah. Stay here all day.
Yeah, our room.
Do you have it?
So the room is the bed, the bathroom,
Yeah, nice room.
my bed. That's it.
Okay, so we got there.
My personal bathroom.
Yeah, I think
And a closet.
the deck really relies on Pass and Flames.
She's so cute.
But it doesn't look like they drew what they needed to beat the ley line, which looks like they're on the mono red version instead of blue red.
almost 9 pounds.
Really low has big teeth too for the baby. I mean, a big teeth too. They both have big teeth.
Do you have a question?
Questions and concerns.
Yeah, mostly mono red. I've just played against the blue red version before, so just leaving that as a possibility.
Oh, so here's the list of things.
So pretty standard keep. When in doubt, go with the basic forest first. And because we only have one shepherd in hand, typically you don't want to lead with it. It's also great in case they lead with turn one chalice, so that you can essentially invalidate their turn one play.
Certificate, and then the heart rate. I think that's heart rate 17.
Okay, so Nathan said this is exactly what I was referring to.
Getting the goal is
So if we draw another one drop here, it'd be great because we can go one drop, one drop. Oh, that's fine too.
and then that's it. These are just the nurses, and they rotate out and camera. So really, and that's it.
Yeah, Robert is a good colleague of mine, Mr. Cakes.
He's always playing his game right now.
Oh, he plays games.
Yeah. With his friends, so.
Tell them I'm streaming.
He's streaming. He's streaming.
What?
He's streaming.
Oh, he's streaming. I see. Oh, wait, today's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Tuesday. I see.
Okay, so this is game here. No, I hate this cradle. It's just that the other one's more expensive.
One second, over here. I change most of them. Sometimes the nurse, depending on the
So if all goes well, we might be able to 3-2 this league.
I change the now.
Stop it.
Tracy, who's been out of bed until today?
So you have coffee? You make it tomorrow.
It. Blue.
Against chalice decks, for those who aren't familiar with how I board, I just like Water Symbiote in the matchup. And this is because it doesn't really do anything by itself.
Because everyone else, if everyone keep walking around, then all of the pregnant women and infants will get COVID. Tracy's
Okay, I thought your question was if I like the art on the cradle. So in general, against these chalice decks, most of the time, Progenesis upgrade. The exception to that is if it's something like Steel Stompy or Karn Echo where they can't beat an arcade. What are you playing right now, Nathan? Hey, how's it going, man? So I think there's 2 Wirewoods.
she only started standing and walking yesterday.
Yeah, I know Francisco Politz, who I've gotten to know a little bit now, since he appeared on my 2 streams, prior streams. He was giving me a hard time for the cradles, but at some point I would want to change them. Is that a new deck, Nathan? Golgari Depths in Vintage?
Yeah, we pay them, but oh well. It's worth it. You don't have to move. It's helpful to use
So
the baby.
the other two hands were just unkeepable. Here we want at least one fetch for
these are all like
abrupt decay if need be. Uh,
two fetch and things like that.
Actually, glimpse is not particularly great in this
Yeah, just for Tracy.
wizards for this
You have to bring your,
That's correct. I got my own though.
hand too.
so you don't have it again, right?
Yeah, we do have our own group, but we didn't.
Yeah, see that's the thing. My play finances.
We would have our own group, but we don't know how long.
I have made money off Moto as a result, so I should really upgrade.
But it ended up being maybe 3 to 4 days because of sea structure. It's supposed
Yeah, I'm more along the lines of David. I just was too lazy
4 days.
to upgrade. So that was a really awkward draw.
Longer.
In general, against Postex, you don't need to play around Wasteland. At least the current iteration of that.
4 days, right?
uh,
If you can stay 5 days, if you can stay 5 days, she needs help because the nurse can help the baby.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Tabernacles is annoying.
Depends on what the nurse says.
It depends on the doctor because they don't want to.
Luke, it's okay.
They don't want to use too much insurance.
Here I'll attack first.
Not just that, but then each group is great, each family, so that one family delivers the baby and then leaves, so it can be clean for the next family.
So if we green sun here, Tabernacle taxes it, so it doesn't really benefit us. We just play the fetch and pass.
Pencil snake, that's all like your coverage. Okay,
That's what I said.
that's it. I think we may be alone. Looks like Tracy.
Here's actually kind of a relevant point that happens in a lot of games. Your second fetch should actually get basic, and the reason for that is because
Tracy says
well, actually we have a Kratos, so I don't know if it matters, but I'm just gonna have Arbor here, I guess.
my naturally unhappy look.
But in general, you can get a basic too, and the reason for that is instead of fetching the second Bayou, at some point you may have to reclaim away the land. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yes, I thought they had
We can't win next turn because we have to pay 2 for the tax for the Tabernacle.
I did, but I have not uploaded the photos yet. I did, yes.
One cool thing you can do with the Tabernacle is you can pay for each other and then have enough mana, but that's not the case here.
No, I did not turn on the camera until I arrived at the hospital.
No, it's okay. So what's up here is green sunning for Ranger to protect our Arbor because Cradle can pay for both anyways, and then you have an untap now. Look, it's okay. Look, come on.
Yeah, I think it looks good, except for the angle. It's not the camera that makes the awkward angle. I think the photo happens.
So we have a Progenitus next turn now. Luke, come on. It's okay. Stop.
I will call you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Let us know that you.
Congratulations, Lightman.
Tracy has to talk to the doctor, and then the baby has to check with the baby.
Here you can actually pay for all 3 and still have the Cradle untapped. Luke, come on. Which is relevant. Typically against Wasteland decks, you don't want to do that.
The type of metabolic diseases.
Who said that, the doctor.
Here we have the option of playing the Wirewood or the Arbor. I think since it's not going to be lethal regardless, because Hoof is in our hand, we play the Arbor here and just pitch the. Actually, we can play the Wirewood since the Spyglass is already on it.
Yeah, Wong Jai, her 3 kids is already, punchy.
And we don't want to trade our Shepherd for no reason here. Because we can start pumping it next turn. Lou, stop. Come on.
No, I think Mo was not sick. Yeah, Huntington Hospital.
Okay, prime time is pretty good for their side. Yeah, I mean, okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna give some food to that dog. To my dog Lou. He wants to play. Yeah, I think we're behind here. Unfortunately, that Tabernacle slowed us down a lot. It's sorry, I apologize, chat. My wife was on the phone because, um, like I said, my brother, his wife just gave birth, so we're congratulating them. So we can make 4 here. That's not enough to pump, unfortunately. Yeah, I think the prime time's gonna win the game now. There's no gain of playing the Arbor there because of the Tabernacle tax. Where's Lou right now? But can't not attack and use it to block, fake block? We can't win with Hoof because of the Tabernacle. Yeah, I'm very tempted to already concede because they already have a ton of Locust mana. Well, actually, a top deck Cradle would be very good. We actually have enough. Top deck Cradle gets there, I think, based on the board state. He should be attacking with the Titan, though. He can't really block, so we just gotta eat it. We can't really sit back either because of the eye. Okay, that's game. Did they announce their trigger? I'm confused. Okay. Lou, you want food or something? Okay, I'll give him a snack. Give me a second, chat. It'll be about 20 seconds. Huh? Oh, you did? Sit. Down. Okay, good boy. All right, game 3. We can still take this. Our hand just didn't line up last game, unfortunately. This matchup is typically a goldfish, unfortunately. There's some interaction with Chalice, but not that game there. They just had a better goldfish than we did. Tabernacle is just difficult to play through, to be honest. Tabernacle by itself is fine because eventually you get the mana. The problem is if they have a fast clock too, we can't really interact. So this is 4 lands plus a heritage. This is almost like in this matchup because it's a race. It's almost like a double mulligan. This is pretty bad too. I think we just keep here because we want to go any lower. I think we need gas, so we just pass. It's funny too because I know if he's just still in here, Nathan is giving me a hard time saying I play too many lands. And it's situations like this where he's not wrong. Okay, so originally I wanted to get end step Arbor, but that's out of the question now with the Ballista here. Luke, okay. Luke, what's going on? Ready? Go. Yeah, so here, Ballista's a real problem for us, and I think I should have actually fetched the deck then, but I think what we want to do is, did we not bring the oof? We did bring in the oof. Okay. We want to just green sun for 2. Lou is 1.5. The problem with Reclaimer is, ugh. Yeah, I think getting the UF is definitely better. Rexage is an awful card in my opinion. I haven't played it in over a year. The thing is, these decks typically play mana rocks too, so Also, the thing is, ballistas are win condition, so. Yeah, I mean, Rexage was okay back in the day. I played it for a while. I stopped playing after Elvish Reclaimer though, because I just didn't think there was enough room. Yeah, Oof is so much better. So that was kind of funny. They almost like 2-for-1 themselves. Oh, sorry, I don't have any of the configurations up yet. I can show you my deck, but I didn't have it popped up yet. King Ghidra. Luke, come on. Good boy. So, oh, come on. Luke, okay. It's possible my dog needs to use the restroom, so I will take him out immediately after this. So here we just want a glimpse. Okay, Luke, come on. Good boy, I know. So we're gonna attack here first because it's free, and then untap with the range. Luke, come on. Luke, okay. Sorry, I had it on mute. But I just was just saying I don't have a lot of that stuff like the deck list up, and because the stream is fairly new. We really need to draw a natural, not or a natural order, Gaia's Cradle. The risky play there would be letting the Oof die, so that I can tutor up a Cradle. Might still be worth it to be honest, because our clock is glacially slow. I'm gonna do that actually. Oh, freak. There's a spyglass. I wasn't paying attention. So we can still play the Visionary instead. Cradle off rip. Oh, Reclaimer probably. Yeah, but the Spyglass is on it. GKS is pretty good. So looks like our opponent's tanking what to do, and I'm not sure why because they don't have mana floating. They probably take the natural order here because that's the only thing they're scared of. Yeah, I think we really need to top deck a Cradle because we need to get something going. We're getting taxed pretty hard by the Tabernacle right now. Heritage is a good top deck too, but the good thing about Reclaimer here is it actually plays defense against Dotnot, so we still have a lot of time. There's the Heritage I talked about. Here we just get the second Bayou. Yeah, Heritage was one of our better draws there. We just want to dig for a payoff spell or more broken mana. Yeah, we can end step Cradle here. Well, we can't because we have to. There's a Spyglass on the Reclaimer still. They have a lot of live draws too, with that mana. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 6 is kind of scary. Sure. Yeah, a lot of times they would name Symbiote just because of the recursion here, but it's not particularly great in this matchup anyways. And I guess they just want to keep me off fast mana. I almost want them to attack with Thought Knot here. Yeah, we don't have much time. Agreed. This matchup is typically okay. I think it's just if they have Tabernacle, it's hard to race. So we're constrained here by mana. So I'm gonna preemptively play the Heritage so that I can get an extra mana off. Yeah, it's. I agree. At some point, I think we probably need to get a Cradle, and if we don't draw, it's probably time to decay. So here we can bounce back the other one, play the Shepherd, generate the mana, and still have enough for the decay on the Spyglass. The problem is we can't even activate it, so we might have just been should have done the Visionary there. So let's see. Yeah, we bounce, untap. Yeah, that's not enough. Yeah, I don't think it matters with Emrakul there. So yeah, he's gonna sack all our creatures. I think that's it. So I'm gonna take a quick 2 minute break. I'm gonna take the dog out to pee. Possible he needs to pee or he's bored, and then I'll be back and start another league. Kind of unimpressive 2-3 in this league, but sometimes that happens. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, let's see. So our losses were to Depths, Rug, and Post. I think I'm okay with that. We easily could have won the Delver matchup, and I think it was a little unlucky to get hit by Tabernacle twice against Post. So we can try another league. Uh, for those who missed it, here's my deck. Um, everything is pretty stock. I think for me, the last two choices in the sideboard are between the fourth ley line and the Cabal Therapy. Those can be crop rotation if you are expecting more depths. I think ley line just hits harder against the decks where it's relevant. So, but the argument for crop is, it's good against graveyard and Merit Lage decks. But ley line is better if you're expecting more reanimator. Sure, that sounds good, natural order. Okay, so we played this user earlier, and they were on some kind of rug wasteland deck, or it seems like they changed now. In general, how I evaluate hands with fatties is would I keep it if it was a 6 card hand, and I would here. Um, in our deck, besides Green Sun, the most powerful play we can make is on Reclaimer, and the reason why is because we can disguise being on Depths. Most people probably already assume I'm not on Depths and on Elves, but it also is a removal magnet. So here, we can either play. Well, actually, that's greedy. If you had a second land drop, you could play Glimpse into Birchlore into another elf, but this dies to any kind of removal. I think here we just leave with a Ranger so we can protect the Arbor. There's an argument to play Birchlore there too, but I think you want to be a little bit patient because there's another draw off the Glimpse. Also, if they are in some kind of a Terminus deck, it would be bad too. Uh, it actually doesn't matter unless they have something like a bauble to reveal it. Um, I don't think it's ever really mattered. At least nobody's told me it's mattered. I think you can just play regular force. Yeah, I agree. It's negligible. I should probably change it. See, I think this is one of the advantages of Reclaimer too. It's actually not particularly great in this with this hand, but they remove it because out of the respect for you fetching a Cradle later on. Could draw a force here. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Like, the fact that we're going turn one Reclaimer, we're not going to be on a snow deck. So it's interesting because their mana base is Savannah, Underground, and a Vista, which is interesting. I almost feel like they're on the Allurin deck. So we're just trying to get to Hardcast Hoof at this point. I mean, they're on Yorion, so I think I wouldn't rule out Allurin. The reason why is because I know I was talking to Jarvis Yu a while ago, and for the one of the format for one of the challenges, I think he played a 4C Allurin deck and liked it. The white is for a sideboard hate like Meddling Mage and Containment Priest. Yeah, Urian changes things in my opinion. Good boy, Lou. I don't think they're on hit fit based on they're playing Prismatic Vista. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're just short 1 mana. So we can't really afford to play around sweepers at this point. We're all in. Okay, good boy. Yeah, I actually think Allurin's a super cool deck. I would want to play it too, but then card has gone up a lot. So I think we need a fade, like something like Euro. So they are on Allurin, right? The recruiter. Perfect. Yes, Snipfit can be a meme. And we know it's not force. So Lady Luck is on our side this game. The way I typically play against this kind of deck is I just assume that they're a control deck and just ignore the Allurin. Because Thoughtseize is already pretty good in the matchup. These decks typically have hate bears, like Plague Engineer and sometimes Leovold. I'm not sure if it's correct. We probably want both because Euro is probably in the deck too. It's just I don't really like boarding in that much removal. Lou, come on. Also, I don't like Archon in this particular matchup, even though I can name Enchantment because it's Swords to Plowshares. Bog is not particularly great in my opinion. Lou, it's okay. Come on. Okay. So the Cabal Pit is for one of their multiple hate bears. Here, I actually don't think the Karakas is necessary. and we just try to win before Euro potentially comes down. If they have the natural Leovold, I think we live with it. But the ball can take care of the Euro too. I don't really like going down to one Birchlow Rangers. This hand's fine. They're not particularly fast because they're 80 card deck and Alurin requires multiple pieces. Our hand just got a lot better with that Thoughtseize. Here they have Alurin, but they don't have mana. Harpy is pretty bad by itself. I'm almost tempted to take the Brainstorm, to be honest. Their hand's kind of awkward. I think here, if I want to make the most mana on the next turn, we have a Ranger to protect the Arbor. They may decay, but that's fine. We're not particularly scared of their kill. Yeah, I don't really care, I think what's likely to happen next turn if we whiff on a creature or mana acceleration is to play the Visionary, play the fetch, and then hope for a turn 5, I guess turn 4 kill. Ooh, that's a very good draw. Let's see what they have. So I think here they can assemble some kind of draw engine with Harpy. But Alurin's kind of scary, so I'll just take that. Yeah. Here we just want to cycle the Visionary and then just for mana off the Cradle for next turn. Because this nets us 1 mana actually, and this is gonna draw a lot as long as we hit a creature, and Once Upon a Time guarantees that. Agreed. Their draw engine's very slow because they don't untap mana. 'Cause 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 they don't Also, Cradle's a hell of a card. Good boy, Lou. Ready? Go. Yeah, their deck is not streamlined too, because of the Urian companion. So from what I understand, this deck plays Urian because it actually helps them because they don't really want to draw their one-ups. And they play like a fair blue deck with occasional combo win. He's 1.5. Lou, come on. Down, sit. Good boy. So shuffle off the Ponder into Astrolabe. Lou, sit. Come on. So we'll fire off these first. Let's take the alert. So almost the same thing, right? Luke, come on. So here we'll fire off the Once Upon a Time. Luke, come on. Get the Reclaimer. The reason why we fired off the Once Upon a Time there is because in case we drew the Wirewood. Here I don't think we want to cycle the Reclaimer because we can just go off next turn. Yeah, that Thoughtseize was clutch to get the top deck Allurn. Or the Pondered Allurn, I should say. Although they shuffled off the Ponder. And we still don't care, I think, about the Eternal Witness. Okay, it's go time.
Stop it, okay?
I think it's probably game, but there is a fail rate. We did not play a land drop yet. I think we don't play a land drop yet and try to draw into another one because we have a lot of draws and we don't net anything by playing the glimpse. But we really want to play the glimpse before the. We really want to play the glimpse before the other creatures here. And there's a good chance we hit a second one. Okay, so here's an interesting point. You really want... Well, I think we just keep going because even we draw the hoof, we can still draw into a Cradle. And make sure that it's lethal. Okay, so we have a couple of untaps. I think that's enough. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't said anything like that yet. Like Julian's. I forgot the name of the William Tell overture, right? So that feels good. Unlucky for them, they've lost to us twice tonight already. Yeah, I think for those who haven't really played the Reclaimer version, uh, I know there's a lot of concerns or questions about not being able to combo off on the same turn, and the concern about having to pass a turn. I think there's some merit to that, but also you have to keep in mind that Reclaimer versions have access to Cradle more consistently. And the second thing is, as long as you keep your Cradle untapped, you can actually go infinite if you already start glimpsing with the Heritage Druid. And anybody who's played my version a lot, probably, or played any version with Reclaimer and Cradle, probably can tell. So Viverus is a test player that also competing in the Double Dash with me, well-known test player. But he's been on Delver a lot lately, so I'm gonna keep this just in case because we typically lose to test game one anyways. So I'm just gonna keep a normal hand. So yeah, my guess was right, and he had been on Delver a lot lately, so this is a fine hand against Delver. Yeah, I think, and of course I'm biased too because we obviously I played this version, but and I played Nettle versions in the past. To be fair too, I just think Elves is one of the only combo decks that benefits by going slower because at its core, Elves can be disrupted by not only permission but also removal. And Elves' strength is being able to grind out games, so I don't think it makes sense to try to race other combo decks when, from a strategic standpoint, I think we're better suited to play a longer game. So that Wasteland is a little bit annoying. Here we want to kind of. We almost want to save the Reclaimer in case we draw a fetch, in case they daze us here. I think we lead with the well, we lead with a Ranger here because we need to accelerate in case they daze us here later on. And there's really, it sets us too far back in my opinion to not play the Cradle there. I think that's playing a little too defensive. So yeah, I think this is an example of when Birchlore Rangers is far better than Landlord Elves because if they kill your turn one elf, you can still have three dudes at the end of turn two, which you can't do in the other version. So the Wasteland here, I think we live with that. Typically speaking, if they just cantrip and waste us on turn two, we're happy with that because that means no Reclaimer, no removal. We'll just go now. Here you want to lead with one drops because it's better for sequencing. Unfortunately here, we didn't draw well. But that's not bad. Okay, so that was a very good turn. So The irony here is because of Reclaimer's a 3/4, our clock is faster than theirs now. And I think besides graveyard-based decks, Delver is one of the matches where I think Reclaimer is a significant upgrade over Nettle. Yeah, I mean we're pretty far ahead there. I wouldn't even. I think there's a good chance we can just race from at this point. And similar to before, we just board out the natural order package. Not because it's necessarily bad, but I just think if we hit land drops, we'll probably win. I do know actually, or I think Alex doesn't really play. He plays the Sprite Dragon, so faster version. I don't remember if he's on Arcanus or not. I think he should be if he's not. But regardless, I'll just keep the Bog in as another black source too. But yeah, that Burst Lore was huge there, and I know people have said that or have concerns that my version is a little bit slower because there's no dorks. The reality is Birch Lore is kind of a dork, but lets me shave on Heritage Druid because you still have 6 of those effects instead of you still have 6 of those effects, and Heritage Druid is secretly the worst card in the deck. And it doesn't make. I don't feel bad about shaving a 3 when I have Birch Lores to make up for it. Here's one of the scenarios where I actually do not. What is it called? I don't Green Sun. The reason why is because we can still generate 3 mana at turn 2. And they bowl. I rather they bowl a Heritage Druid than. I rather they bowl a Heritage Druid than an Arbor or Reclaimer. Could be an Arcanus here, yeah. So we know about the days in hand. So we can't slam Natural Order here. But we can Green Sun. So our game plan here is now to slam Archon now that we've drawn out the Force. I think the Force on the Reclaimer there was a little bit aggressive because it's not a 3/4 yet. Oof, the Blazing Volley is pretty good though. So now we know why they forced the Reclaimer. They're down to 1 card, and I think if we can get to... That was a good draw. I think if we can get to... Four mana, we can still win this game. The reason why I bogged there is in case they drew, well, if they draw a cantrip, it doesn't matter. but then in case so I can have extra mana the following turn. So they're hellbent now, which is good, but we might be running out of time. So Ranger was a very good top deck because we have an Archon the following turn. We just need to fade one and draw here and hope they have a land. Oof, that is brutal. Yeah, I think there was a good chance we stabilized that game, but we did get lucky on our own top deck too, so can't complain. The reason why Blazing Volley is devastating against us compared to normal sweepers is because we can't really play around that against a tempo deck. Whereas against a control deck, we can go a little bit slower, which is nice. And that goes back into how I think this version of the deck is nicer because you can play at roughly 50 miles per hour, go to 100 miles per hour, or actually, it's probably a little bit slower than the Neto version, maybe 90 miles per hour. But I like having that range, whereas the other version only goes from like 80 to 100. Can't really play as slow. So yeah, I'm not changing anything here, and keeping Bog turned out to be correct because they had the Arcanus. Also, having another black source for Decay is big. So here, we don't have much of a payoff. I think I like Wirewood here to protect our Shepherd. I think we still want to accelerate though. That's likely to get bolted, but that's fine. That's interesting. That's a hell of a top deck. I think we go now and draw the Days of the Force. Yeah. Opponent kind of has no choice there. We gotta protect our lands, so... They pitched a Delver, that's fine. Sorry, yeah, they pitched a Delver. It's always dangerous to let elf player untap on turn 2 without killing their dude. Because you can just play Glimpse, and if you don't force it, or if the opponent doesn't force it, then it could be game over. If they do, they're still him themselves. So he didn't attack, which tells me he probably doesn't have another threat. Our hand is fairly good here. Our board. And then we can live with that. So here... We can eat the bolt. Unfortunately, Reclaimer's not big enough to grow yet, and won't be for a while. Um, I don't think there's a reason to play the Cradle here. Uh, we can attack, and that's 10. But the problem is that means Reclaimer's tapped. And I don't think we want to do that with red up. So I'll just play and pass. I think it's very dangerous for us to try to squeeze in damage there. Force of Will probably doesn't matter at this point. So here is an interesting scenario. We can actually pump with the Shepherd if they attack with the Arcanist. True name, that's kind of a blank against us. As long as we win early, fast enough. Here we can just deck thin. Nice. So they're tapped out too, and the Force of Will is blanked. We're playing around really only. What is it called? We're only really playing around Submerge here if we try to attack and bounce. So that's 4, 5, 6 mana. I should have played the fetch first. That was a careless mistake by me. Yeah, I would have gotten in 2 more damage. Which could matter here. Actually, let's do this. What would you say is better to bring Shepherd into play as soon as possible, or would you? I think it depends on the hand. So that was a good draw. Actually, that would be careless of me. I need to lead with the Shepherd first. So here, yeah, we can just close out the game now with Archon. And we know it's protected with Shepherd. Yeah, again, this is why I think having one is really important. You can probably get away with zero, but the deck will be weaker. I think any copies between beyond one is probably extra and only necessary if you're expecting to play against a lot of control decks. Yeah. And I also kind of touched this over too. We could play more shepherds if you guys are expecting a lot of chalice or blue decks. The problem is that we become a lot more vulnerable to combo because we can't play silver bullets, or I have to move them to the sideboard. And the problem with that is then the density of hate cards in the deck goes down a lot. So for those who missed the last two streams that I had, I went 4-1 in the first stream, losing over to Belcher, and I think that's fine. In the previous stream, I went 4-1 into 2-1 before calling it a night. Today, I'm so far 2-3, so that's the worst stream we've been in so far, into 2-0 so far. So hopefully we can redeem ourselves in the second league. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's hard to beat that Belcher matchup, right? I've actually lost a good amount of my 5-0s to Belcher because the three Belcher players online seem to be playing at 9 p.m. Pacific time as well. So I think the only time you'll see me really mulligan is if I have like 5 lands or no lands. I try not to in general. And Arbor is almost like a creature. For what it's worth, I know some people are scared of getting your Once Upon a Time forced. I think I've only had that happen exactly one time ever. Oh, sorry, it was yeah. I think I've only had that done once, because somebody I guess didn't like their hand and thought they needed to cheese a win. Here I just get Visionary. The Delta is interesting. I hope they don't have Stifle, but yeah, I don't think they do. I don't want to play around Wasteland. Well, actually, they're on your end. What am I saying? I should have actually led with a Bayou there, only because the fetch can be an Arbor later. Here we want to lead with the Visionary, and so we can hold the Rangers for the following turn. And we can't attack here because of Ice Fang. Good old-fashioned counterspell. Here's another reason why I think Birchler Rangers is better than Landlore. So, especially if you're trimming down Heritage Druid, Birchler Rangers pulls double duty because it's a mini Heritage while being a Mana Dork at the same time. Of course, turn 1, I would rather have a Landlore, but I think every other turn Birchler is better. Against Plague Engineer decks, the Morph has been very relevant too. Or against any against a Mirran Crusader to block bounce. Our hand is not great. So I'm just gonna pass the turn and rotate for a Cradle. Okay. So I guess that means we have to win with Archon now, which is interesting. I feel like we're getting trolled, but it is a league and anything can happen. So yeah, they may just wait for the Archon, and then if they have an Oko, it's really awkward. Oops. I think here I just want to maximize the Cradle. In most cases, there's no reason to fetch the second Bayou and leave yourself open to things like so the thing about this is now we can't really win through the ground, so it actually helps us to try to get the Archon online as soon as possible. So glimpsing for a bunch here doesn't really do anything. And if they have the answer to Archon, we can just scoop. Okay, so we drew out the Force of Will at least. I think that might just be game. I don't think we have an out to Oko plus Moat, which is very awkward actually. Yeah, I'll just concede. Matches like this are why I run the Cabal Pit, because a similar thing can happen with Peacekeeper. And they were smart to force the Archon in case I name Planeswalker. So against Control, I typically board out 2 Heritage Druids. The reason being is because they're weak by themselves and don't do much. Here, I think I only saw Bant. I wouldn't bring in Cabal Pit for potential containment priests, especially on 80 cards. Just a very awkward game to lose to Moat plus Oko. No, we lost to main deck Moat plus Oko. So I just conceded because I didn't have any outs. Very awkward game. Yeah, it's some kind of Bant Urian control deck. So I actually in my deck don't have any outs to Moat. But in general, I don't think you need to have an out to everything. Uh, I know Green Sun, you can tutor for your one ofs, but I think there's a danger of cool things, right? Like you just want to draw all the best cards possible and only play the strongest silver bullets. So that's why even though Ooze is a great card, for instance, I'm not even running it anymore because there's no room. Also, cards like Rex Sage I cut a long time ago just because I don't think it's necessary. Swords? Nope. So here we can draw three, oh, more actually. I was gonna say three, but now it's potentially more if they don't force. Mm-hmm. Here I like the Visionary. In general, you don't want to be activating Reclaimer early in the game, in my opinion, because it's just too much of a tempo hit. I only activate Reclaimer in fair matchup when it doesn't. If I already have the mana, or so I don't get set back. You typically want to put pressure on a control deck early. Okay, yeah. We lead with a Wirewood to see how they respond. If they have removed it, they'll probably use it now, or they should at least. If they don't, they could have a sweeper, but there's no way for us to know that. So we can't really attack it too because they can have any kind of flash hate bear coming out. Nor do we really, yeah. Snare? That's interesting. If I were my opponent, I would have done this. If you're gonna do this, done it in response to the Wirewood. Oh, thanks, Natural Order. Yeah, I'm trying to do my best to commentate what goes through my mind. I'm not great at multitasking it, but hopefully I've been okay. It's been a little bit hard, but I don't want to blame my poor dog Lou, who's been, you know, he's still young, so has a lot of energy. Okay, so I called the snare earlier because it didn't make sense for him to brainstorm um, with that on the stack instead of the wirewood. Here, I think we want now the reclaimer, and I think we just play everything. At worst, it's still a 2-for-1. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it, David. I don't think I've had any major misplays. I think I might have yeah, I don't think I had any major misplays. So I'm happy about that. The matches where we lost, I don't think there was much we could have done. I think we just got a little unlucky, or opponent played really well. In the case of like Rich, for instance. Yeah, this league was looking real bright, and then it's unfortunate we got paired against somebody with a main deck moat, which is like very awkward for us. Yeah, I appreciate. Thanks, everybody for popping in, by the way, and especially Eli for the raid earlier. Um, I know I'm not playing goblins, but this is a different type of tribe. But appreciate everybody who's stayed around. Hopefully, I've been somewhat entertaining. Well, as entertaining as I guess an engineer can be. Yeah, the memes. I don't really know. I'm not really somebody who plays for memes. Like if I play a card for fun, it'll be obvious, but I won't make a bad play just because it's the fun play. Unless I'm already playing a card for that reason, if that makes sense. So I played Westvale Abbey in a few leagues not too long ago, and I definitely got a little aggressive with my plays because of that. Okay, so here, I think we just attack with these two. I think we show the bog now. In case they... I don't think they would attempt to Snapcaster with a Reclaimer up, but just in case we need the mana the following turn. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I don't think I'm super entertaining, so at least hopefully I can be educational. Okay, they didn't do anything, which leads me to believe they probably have Force plus Pitch in hand. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. We can go for the kill here. And there's no need to play the Windswept to keep information. Could be a Force of Negation. Actually, no. They already had mana for the Force of Negation. So could be a... No, they wouldn't brainstorm either. So here it would be lethal. If they have a removal spell, then it's not. No, I don't think so. They could have the removal spell, is what I'm thinking. Yeah. Eight. So they would be at 6 if we had fetch, but I think concealing that fetch is more important. Or turning into an arbor. Jace. We're somewhat behind now. Yeah, if control, I mentioned this on my Discord, but if control becomes popular again, I know it's not at the moment. A very strong land that I would play in the sideboard is Boseiju, just because you can force through the natural order. Hmm. I want to fetch here first, so they can't respond to it later. Three, four, five. So I want to take Jace off the board here. And they saw that because of they were anticipating the Shepherd coming down. Yeah. The mistake I made though was I should have fetched for an arbor. I was too quick to click. Yeah, I've had a few sour show and tell players for sure because I used their own weapon against them. So I get here it doesn't matter because they had the Oko. Otherwise, I would have got punished for not fetching correctly. We still have a ton of live draws. We could have potentially taken Jace down to 2, but I think at this point that's irrelevant. A lot of people call it bitch tree for a reason. Blue control players hate that card. And I remember when I first posted it on Twitter, somebody responded, "Who told this elf player about that card?" And I said, "Of course, a show and tell player." Okay, so them getting forced, they're playing it safe. Shields are still down for another turn though. And we have a Progenitus that's live. Oh, never mind. They have the Jace to draw into it. It's funny too because when I stream, I play a little bit slower. I fully expected to be behind on clock, but I'm ahead here, so that's nice. Trying to think how we win from here with the force in hand. I think we have to hold the heritage in case we draw a glimpse. What I should have done last turn was actually attack the Jace with my two Arbors. I should have actually played the range. I'm getting a little sloppy. Should have played the Ranger first to protect in case you have the removal spell. That tells me they don't have a removal spell because for sure I would have removed it, the Ranger, and traded up there. Jesus. I think that might be game. Yeah, Terminus has been the bane of elves for the longest time. Especially one at instant speed. This was, of course, on their turn, but it's a card that Progenitus can't even beat. I don't think I have, well, I guess there's Gadok Teague, but there's not any card that really beats Terminus from the alpha standpoint at the moment. Yeah, I remember during Top Miracle days, that matchup was miserable. Although, look, in hindsight, I think if I had known what I know now, and one way to get better as a player is to play online, so you can get more practice, and just play against people who are better than you. I would probably build elves differently than I did back then, knowing what I know now. 4 cards. Yeah. What do you think, chat? Should I just concede? We're pretty far behind. Save time. Okay. If I were them, I'd probably already start swapping with Oko with me. It hurts that we lost game 1 too. I feel okay about this matchup otherwise. No, I'm just wondering if it's worth it. We're pretty far behind, is what I'm saying. If the player was sloppy, I would consider it, but they played pretty well so far. Let's see what they do. We know they have a force too. Oh, there it is. I just concede. Yeah, this is one of the matches where you want the enchantment removal, but I just think that Rex Sage is just such a bad card otherwise. Actually, that's not true. Rex Sage is useful against Show and Tell too, for what it's worth. Okay, this is taking a while to concede for some reason. So I think so far we've lost to. Where did we lose to? Let me check. We have lost to. Oh, Depths. I keep forgetting that first match. Rug Delver, uh, and then Post, and now Molten Miracles, I guess. Some good pilots though we've been playing today, which is nice. You get good practice by playing better players. No shame in losing to Tom or Rich. Don't know the Post player. Don't know this Miracles player. So something that doesn't come up too often is when you have two of the same fetches. I like to lead with one of them only because it plays around Spyglass. This is just in general. Uh, deliberated a little bit about if I wanted a green sun. I think I still do. Because natural order is the payoff. What determines whether or not I want to play the white splash? Um, it depends if there's not enough graveyard hate. That's the big reason. Um, in general, Deafening Silence is not great against the graveyard decks, but uh, if there's a lot of Storm and Show and Tell, for instance, I think Deafening Silence is great in the meta. I played Deafening Silence a lot during the Breach era because I felt like it was better than Leyline. Okay, our opponent has not done anything for 2 turns, which is interesting. It's not lethal, but it's pretty good. I picked up Maverick during. Yeah, Deafening Silence. See, The two enchantments that are popular out of elves are Leyline is probably first, and then Deafening Silence second. The reason why I like Deafening Silence a lot is because it was good against people who randomly boarded in Mentor 2. And in case they didn't have the hate, now Deafening Silence is a nasty card against Storm because not only does it stop them from winning, it stops them from finding their answers, which Leyline doesn't do. So they're on a post Chalice deck, I'm assuming. So the usual suspects came in. They came in last time. Hopefully we don't get tabernacled like we did last time though. Trying to think. Yeah, tabernacle would be a good reason to potentially run the wasteland the sideboard, but I haven't bothered to run the wasteland only because I think it's a little slow, just in theory. But in general, you should still test it if you think the card has merit. You never know when the card's gonna, outperform. I think the best example I can think of that is even myself. I wasn't sure about Reclaimer when it got spoiled. I thought it was too slow because the land came in tapped. But I only started playing it because during those first 2 weeks, this is an easy keep. During those first 2 weeks, when it got released, Hogak Depths was a deck, and it played 4 Reclaimer. And my logic is, if another player or another deck is playing a 4 of Elf 1-drop, and we're not, we should really evaluate why not. And that's how we led to where we are today. We don't want to in general we want to conceal that you have a shepherd for as long as possible. Carpet of Flowers, is that the question? It's the same reason why I don't play choke. I just don't think we need more cards against blue decks. Like, in general, we should be beating most blue decks. Elves' weakest matchups, in my opinion, are the really fast decks, such as fast graveyard combo. Show and tell is hard though, a little bit better now with Shepherd. I think depths, turbo depths specifically, can be hard. The only fair deck that I think I'm truly afraid of is lands, because they have a fast kill and they have Tabernacle and all the prison pieces that happen to be very good against us. Yeah, Silence is a Thalia is a hell of a card. I actually own DNT too. Maybe one of these days I'll play a DNT League. I fired it up by accident the other day and just felt like the deck was very underpowered though. So who knows? So they took the Collector, oof. Yeah, Show and Tell and Doomsday, but I already talked about fast combo. So Trinisphere is one of the cards that makes Landlord better than Birchlore here. So they probably get another tomb. Typically, TKS by itself is not a problem. It's just if we can't eventually find a win condition, then it is. So we know the coast is clear because they can't cast Warping Whale because of the Trinisphere. I think here we just want a Visionary. Since the oof is gone, we just want to draw into potential relevant spells, whatever they may be. Yeah, I mean, we still have a ton of time, barring any kind of reality smasher coming down. I'm not really too afraid of the TKS yet. Urborg's pretty good there, though. So we'll take 4, go to 10. Um, Probably Tudor Heritage Druid if we can't find a Cradle. Oof, that's bad. Yeah, agreed, natural order. Yeah, I didn't see your message for a second, but you essentially said what I said. But the ballista has other plans, and I don't know why they allowed us to untap. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just greedy. I don't know why they didn't. They let us untap it too. That's kind of, but I don't think it matters at this point. Our out was oof, and they already TKS'd it. I think here we have to get the reclaimer. But it's kind of awkward. I think we have to gamble that we hit removal. Agreed. Definitely a minimum ping Arbor to shut off the mana. Because natural order loses on the game. We'll float in response. That's fine. Okay, that's the removal spell we're talking about now. So they have 1, 2, some mana available. Yeah, us being under the 3 ball is huge. Don't care, I think. Yikes. So the funny thing in this matchup is, if we can get a Shepherd out, it can block the TKS. But the Ballista needs to come off the table though. Or I don't know. They don't seem to be prioritizing it for some reason. So maybe we can steal this match. I think our live draws are land into Progenitus, into a natural order. Based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I'm trying to think what our outs are, but it doesn't seem like they're playing optimally based on what I've seen. Okay, that might be it. The problem is they can still make the right play by default because they have no other options now. Ugh. This is miserable. Actually, cancel. Oops. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but I think they still probably win. They are definitely on autopilot, it seems like. Like, didn't even ping. So here we blocked the TKS, but we still have the serpent to deal with. Yeah, there's not an out, unfortunately. Because this is gonna get in for 4. And we're still under the 3 ball. Almost. Yeah, it's frustrating when your opponent is making some very questionable plays and you can't get off. You can't capitalize because they have one lock piece that shuts you down completely. Yeah. When this was a trophy, that would be a third card I can bring in, but I don't think it mattered there. I could have killed a TKS, I guess. Um, we don't really have much for the chalice matchups because we're kind of relying on Shepard a lot now. Losing the oof permanently was big though. That's a snap keep. Yeah, it's getting close to midnight here. So they mulligan a 6. Mulligan a 5. I like our hand. If this Once Upon a Time hits a land, especially a cradle, I think we're in business. There's the cradle. So here we kind of have to kill the monolith. You can't really let them attack. Let them, excuse me, untap with that in play. It's too dangerous. We can actually Alpha Strike next turn, which is kind of insane if you think about it. Yeah, I think we might have it here. What's up, Pat? How's it going, man? Glad you could drop by. Oh, we have it in multiple ways here. In case they have removal. This is like extra lethal. Yeah, he's taking a break. Judy's watching him right now. So how do I actually add mods to my YouTube channel or my Twitch channel? I haven't done that yet. I should probably do so in case people. So it'll help me actually. Let's close out. There's only one more match. Okay, sounds good. Thanks, David. I'll probably take care of it. Not right now, but later on. Or take a look at it later on. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so this league has gone a lot better than the previous league. I think the previous league was just a little bit unlucky. We hit some rough matchups and very good players. Oh, nice. I haven't checked anything since I started streaming, so I'll probably check later on. Oh, okay, so that's pretty straightforward. So, so this is a good keep. So hopefully we're not just dead. We have a turn 3 Archon, but we might not live to then, so we'll see. We can't generate 6 mana this turn, unfortunately. Right now we're at 4, 5. We could, but it's. Ugh. We were missing a white mana. 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Ooh, that's a really good draw though. Oops, cancel. Exactly. This is what I live for. The old turn 2 oof. Hard mode actually too. And we just essentially stone raid our opponent right now. which is pretty nasty. Yeah, David's been helping me behind the scenes, so I think he deserves a sword. Pat has helped me in the past too, if he's still on. I think we named Planeswalker. It might just be lights out here, in case they're running the green splash for Oko, which they may or may not be. I don't know. Uh, we have a ton of mana, so there's no rush. In general, if you know you're gonna play Archon, you want to tap the mana ahead of time. The reason why I'm leading this way is because in case I draw a glimpse. So that's... So here we still have... We can still generate 2. Okay. So. I'm way too scared to use. Way too used to. Yeah, I've seen both. Sometimes they play Oko. I'm scared of that, but for the green versions, Karn is dumb. But Karn is beatable with Archon on Artifact. If we're scared of that. I mean, Leyline seems very good here. I think I like Decays because they're on. I saw Grindstone, so for Painted Servant. Bog is good. This is like a combo deck. So let me bring up the old sideboard map for you guys. So here's how I board for Painter. I take out all the Visionaries of Waterwood and all the Decays and the Ley Lines that come in. So like I said, one of the nice things about, and this is what Max Gilmore helped me with, is when you have your sideboard map, you don't have to think. And that's important when the deck already requires a lot of mental capacity to play. So if we can end on a good note here. This is the last match for tonight. So that'd be great. So we went 2-3, which is half money back, and then 4-1, hopefully. Yeah. After a while, you just remember by heart because you've seen it a bunch of times. But it's nice to just have the paper there, so you don't have to think. Hey, how's it going, man? This is an interesting hand because we have a natural order. Can you show me how to make a deck with the starter cards? I'm not sure I understand what your question, Genesis. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't. This is a Legacy Elves stream at the moment. I think I keep on the strength of the decay. Not a great hand, but cards sometimes do things. Hand got a lot better right there with the Reclaimer. One of the things I don't like is the way that they update the coloring. It like throws me off. Not sure if that happens to you guys. Yeah, see, I knew couldn't have been the only one. Just the color just throws me off. If they needle the Reclaimer, I think I'm happy there. So I think we want to just decay the Painter Servant if they are tapped out, but they aren't. Well, okay, they played the Emery. Nothing relevant. The problem is they can replay the Painter here. So even if we decay the Painter, they can replay it. I think we want. We have a turn 3 natural order. That might be the best. But it's also asking to just lose. Ugh, this is a tough spot. Yeah, actually, we can cycle the Wirewood here. Well, cycle the Reclaimer here. I hope we cycle the Glimpse. I hope we don't die. Because we have a natural order the following turn. But the decay also doesn't do anything. Because they can just Emery back. And we don't have a turn 3 natural order with the decay. So we're actually very happy if that's their play. Seems like they're on mono blue too. Actually, yeah. Hey, buddy. Okay, so they cycled the Thopter just for value. Or cycle the Mox Opal. We have 1, 2, 3, 5 mana possible. Okay, Lou, good boy. It's a little awkward here that we have to use the cradle, but I think we have to do it. They're out here, I think, is echoing truth. I think they might not know the Archon is flying, because it doesn't make sense to attack. Oh, I should have blocked the painter. What am I doing? Yeah, that was a mistake by me. Mistake by them first to be attacking, but yeah. Okay, so they play a dismember, which is interesting. Yeah, some sloppy plays going on right now, Eddie. Wasn't even considering a dismember. I should have really blocked the servant, but wasn't really on autopilot right now. So we still have a lot of plays to make. We're not under a ton of pressure. But we did lose our Archon, but for no reason, essentially. Actually, no. That's a hell of a top deck. Top 5 deck. That's right. Yeah, considering how sloppy I was earlier, we're still in this game. Just gotta draw natural order now. We are under a little bit of pressure from the Thopters. So they might not have mana now, because, which is interesting. Oh jeez. Okay. I didn't realize they played that many dismembers, but it was that or Echoing Truth, I guess. I get that joke a lot at our LGS. Which card? Discard? Okay, how many attacks can we still take? We still can. We have 2 turns, I think. That's not gonna cut it. I think I kill the. Oh, man, this is bad. How much mana do I have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I have an activation. Well, I have 2 activations actually. Wait a minute. Oh, the needle's on the reclaimer too. I don't think we can afford our opponent to draw more cards here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. It buys us another turn. And we have natural order to bail us out here. Okay, I forgot what that does. The real mistake we made was not blocking the painter when we got careless. I sometimes that happens to me. I just assume the game is over already. Okay. Actually, we should be holding this in case we draw a glimpse. Because it's lethal regardless. Yeah, I think game 3 we should play tighter and not block for no reason when they could have the dismember. That's what cost us the game. We do have live outs, and I don't know why opponent might have a force of will in hand. So now we know they're on the mono blue version at least. Okay, now we're dead. Yeah, this was a punted game in my opinion. There was no reason to block there, and I think they could still double dismember later on, but then the oof is live. But that buys us a ton more time. Yeah, it wasn't coming for a while. It's interesting too because we didn't see Echo, so I'm not even sure if the ley lines are worth it for Emery. I think we might just want to go fast now. Good boy, Lou. Okay, let's try to end strong here. So we're leading with Heritage again because it's the weakest elf. And we actually have a pretty strong hand. Just hopefully we draw into. Yep, Snap Keep for sure. The only thing that could have made it better is that second Cradle was a natural order. And now we know to play around Dismember. I think the real mistake was falling for the combat trick. Speaking of the devil, there's the natural order. That was actually a slight mistake. I should have led with the shepherd. So this time we won't make that mistake. Yep, this deck does get lucky a lot, and I don't think they would have Echoing Truth and Dismember, so I don't see us losing this match. But I could be wrong. I played somewhat slow this match. Because I felt like our opponent played a little slow too, and we're about the same on time, so. Yeah, okay. So that feels good. So I'm glad we ended it on a strong note. I apologize, I got a little sloppy this second game, but besides the second game of this match, I think I played overall okay, considering all things considered. I think the deck felt fine. Got the nice 4-1 here to redeem ourselves. I can go over the deck again real quickly, but depends if people have questions. Also, how do I raid somebody? Only because Eli raided me earlier, and I want to return the favor. If chat knows. Even then, it's only 15 people, I guess. Put it in Discord. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, what do you mean by put it in Discord for a raid? Oh, as you messaged me. Raid username. Okay, so who's on right now? I don't recognize any of the streamers on right now. So I think I'll call it night as is. Maybe Anurag is on, so I'll raid Anurag. CD. Of course. Yeah, I'm glad that everybody enjoyed it. I'm glad also we redeemed ourselves after the first league was kind of rough.